Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Hopefully the audio is all okay. There's been some small changes to the audio setup. I managed to fix, and I don't know whether or not it was the audios or something else, we managed to fix the issue we was having with Windows crashing while it was idle. There was a number of things that we changed that it could have been. But at the minute I don't know what. Let's get those harvested first, and then we can worry about converting some of this into paper. So, just in regards to that, since I didn't mention it, I don't know what the specific problem was, but we made a few tweaks and changes, and it appears to have gone away. If you were not here last week, I think it was probably Thursday I was complaining about it, my computer was locking up under idle and then subsequently triggering a watchdog timeout. Or blue screen of death with a watchdog timeout. Now, what I ended up doing, because it got worse, it got to the point where it was doing it while the computer was trying to boot, and it would take me about a minute to finally get into the operating system, to put it under some kind of load to make it stable. But obviously that was not a sustainable position to keep it going like that, so what we did was we updated the graphics drivers, we were going to update the chipset drivers, but we think the chipset drivers may actually already be up to date. I updated the BIOS, but I think the thing that may have fixed it is that we disabled C states in the BIOS for the CPU. Now, C states, by my general understanding, are the ability for the operating system to put CPU cores into low power modes or turn them off effectively. And I suspect if there's anything that we've changed that's fixed it, that would be it. But while I was updating chipset drivers, we also updated the audio drivers, and that could have messed with the audio. I think everything is back to where it should be, but I've not had proper opportunity to test and check. We still have a barrel full of these. We are going to use a whole lot of this. But that's what's going on. I thought I was clicking stacks. I am clicking stacks. The problem is clicking a stack transfers it into your inventory first and then into the barrel second. Because, you know, when you have an inventory open and you're clicking it, you want it to go from your hotbar to your inventory or vice versa. That's not what you want it to do. So, yeah, hopefully we fixed our... since I've made those changes, it's been fine. My computer's been fine, but we'll see whether or not that holds up. Good. Let's throw those in there. 2,000. We should have enough for what we want to be doing. Let's go get the rot. And put the lever away. And then we'll get into our list of tasks. Need to keep an eye on that. The boiling water. Rot is over here. So we have enough rot for, it looks of another stack and a half. We'll see if it needs to come to that. Damn you. How's that happened? Thought the temperature range of these was higher. It must have been 5 degrees and managed to just get below 5 degrees. Oh yes, we need to do those. How are you going? I reckon you need a couple more. The milk is going to go off soon, and I would like to try to get it making cheese. And for that, we need pickled vegetables, which are going to take longer than... Yeah, no, that milk is going off. There's no way we save that milk. Good, stack and a half. Not worried about that just yet. Let's get our spares of these so we can replant them. Fortunately, we have no rifts out at the moment. It's nice and calm, gives us plenty of time to get the busy work done in the middle of the night. So we have updated the mod pack. Nothing major, just bringing all the mods that are in the pack up to date. Something's wrong here. 3, 3, 3. That's what's wrong. There we go. Yeah, bringing them up to date. I have added a few extra mods. 3 of them are related to X skills. One of them will get me combat experience for killing elementals. One of them is should give me husbandry experience for butchery. And what was the last one? Ah, right, yeah. Flora of the Continent, or whatever that mod collection is called. Let's get the actual name of it if we can. It won't tell me on that. I need a tree or a flower from it. Chopping down trees in that one, that'll give me forestry experience, which apparently it wasn't doing. Redwood. Oh, I think we've used it all. Damn it. We must have done. We also did update that set of mods, which would have now allowed us to make our boat out of the European U logs that we would go into. They've apparently fixed that now. Yep, that should finish. So yeah, we're going to need to get that going. That's just going to go off. I don't think there's anything we can do about it. Let's curdle it. Fermented yogurt portion. Seal in a barrel. Pasteurized milk and yogurt starter portion. Cures into ingredient 4. So yeah, we need yogurt starter portions, which we don't have yet. So we can't do that for it. Make some bread out of it, that's probably about the only thing we can do. And we'd need to do that before it goes off. And we'll just have to drink it. Okay, let's make some bread from it. Are you going to go off soon? Okay, we're going to need to do something with you. You empty, you're empty. We don't need this much milk, but in fact, there's probably too much bread to make. We have the milk. And the other thing that we will need, is that in here? No, that's upstairs. Owing to a lack of anything else to put in it for the time being. We can get some eggs, but... Hey, we have our borax. We can finish the anvil. Do we really... I feel like we had 1 ingot of iron left. Ah, we turned it into a pickaxe, didn't we? It's over there. Oh, right, yep. We're missing or skipping a step. Need to do this first. Okay, so yeah, plan today is to try to get to tier 2 spells. The main thing that we need for that is going to be tier 2 rune stones. Most of the other things are stuff we kind of already have or stuff that we can already make. It's the rune stones that are the problem. The rune stones require the second tier of crystals. The second tier of crystals is going to require us to make large, small rustic crystals, or large rustic crystals. That's going to require Rift Weaver and a number of, what are they called? The things we were collecting at the back end of the last episode. Remains of a rift after we closed them. I forget what they're called offhand. But it will need those as well. So what we need to do is make the Rift Weaver. We take it down underground. We're going to need the crystal anchors. Rust crystal anchors. You set the Rift Weaver down, you put the crystal anchors somewhere nearby. And then you create a rift underground and grow the crystals from that. That is obviously dangerous. So we need to build as safe a room as we can to set that up in. Once we have those crystals, we can make some more of the Ethereum crystals, I think they are. And once we have those, we can make tier 2 rifts. Of tier 2 runes, rather. Once we have tier 2 runes, we can make tier 2 spells. Assuming that we have the actual parts for the spells and we get some tier 2 scrolls. We have some scrolls, we just need to convert them into actual ciphers. Just before we started the episode, I had very quickly... you shouldn't be finished, but... Oh, you have finished. Good. Where did I put the other salt? It's in here. I'll grind that up in a moment. This comes first because the milk is going off. That is not supposed to be in my hand. What were we saying? Yeah, before we started the episode, I made some stuff from the aged bushmeat we had downstairs because it had not quite survived. I have not had that bug yet. I have seen that that it happened to you. But I've been progressing Rust Magic for a while, and I've not encountered it. I wonder if it's, or I was wondering whether or not it was a problem with the fact that you updated from an older version of Rust Magic to a newer version. I'm aware. I saw your issue tracker issue with it. I actually saw it, the stream where it crashed. And subsequently wouldn't load. But no, I'm going to take the risk because this is the game I'm playing and that's the next thing that I want to get done. Because tier 1 spells are useless. all the actual useful stuff is in tier 2. With one exception. I still think Ignite is a really good spell. But if you want any kind of combat spells, you need tier 2 spells. The basic touch is just worthless versus any other weapon available in the game. I actually didn't pay that close an attention to what exactly was going on at the time that it failed on your end. Because it basically died when you opened a door, but I don't think your mana should have been changing at that point. Was that the book? That's the flax bucket. That's the pasteurized milk bucket. So yeah, it's going to start going off, but it'll be fine for hydration for the entire episode. But yeah, the raw bush meat was starting to spoil, so I quickly made something out of that. I don't know how long that's going to last, given the fact that it was spoiling, or made from food that had just started spoiling, but I can go check that in a second, because we do now need to eat. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Okay. And because it's going to take, I think, 12 days to pickle, we should probably get some food pickling now. No, I don't think we have a spare barrel to use. Need to make vinegar in the long run, but for the time being we can use this and convert it to brine. If only we could make vinegar quickly. We don't have the fruit anyway. Where are we going? Brine. I think we just, yep. 2 water to 1 salt equals brine, and then we use that to pickle. I think we can pickle carrots, can't we? Potatoes, tomatoes, beans. Yeah, it'll be one of these. Sealed in a barrel for 14 days, we'll pickle it. And then we can use the pickled vegetables to curdle the milk next time round. And once we've curdled the milk, we can then turn it into cheese. Pickled vegetables should last a lot longer, so let's just convert the lot. I don't think I have a spare barrel. They're both full. How's that gonna... Okay, yeah, they were already spoiling. Because they was made with already spoiling meat. We'll see how long it lasts us. Okay. Sticks, wood, a new barrel. Yeah, no wood is in here. How are our crops doing? Probably need to harvest some for rot, but I can wait. Okay. Let's just make sure it is any kind of water and not specifically salt water. Yeah, any kind of water if it's accepting boiled water. Can't touch this bucket at the minute, it's got fresh resin in it. Pine trees have been doing their job. Where did I put the barrel? There's the barrel. There's our bright. It just needs to be sealed, so we may as well put it down in the cellar. Where the vegetables are. Okay. Let's pickle whatever's got the highest current shelf life. Okay. What is the ratio of turning pickled vegetables into? Cheese. Okay, it's 20 to 1. That's plenty then. 24 will last us for a while, given we only have 2 female sheep at the minute, 2 lambs, 2 ewes. Okay, the list. We've made some more salts, we're pickling some vegetables. Okay, we're not going to worry about that for the time being because we don't have the crystals for it. What do we do when we have the crystals? We could go chop down some yew logs. Some of the trees over there have grown. It's the middle of the night though, so let's make some more rustic compound. And we wait for the sun to rise. Let's get another stack of the stuff. These need charging. Some of them are going to need charging. This one's ready though. I forget whether or not I made the tablet for the magic tricks. I do remember something else that I wanted to do. I wanted to get a bunch of utility frames in the way, just so that we had them available. Okay. Touch wood. That should be sufficient compound to, when combined with all of this, to get to the next tier. So, magic tricks. Did we ever actually make the thing? There's a thing missing. Scroll, grimoire, magic repair kit. I feel like there used to be something in there. It's the hat, the robes, and the staff. Okay, we didn't make the magic tricks. Actually, no, the magic tricks would be... There it is, we did make one. Maybe they removed a thing? There was an update, and they did change some stuff. What would have been there? The scroll, the grimoire, and then the magic repair kit at the end. Basically everything on here should have been stuff that we knew we was going to need more of. The Arcanus isn't the one above it. Mage Candle. That might be up above though. There's the Mage Candle. Okay. Either they removed something or that was just sitting in the wrong spot. Either could be true. Right. There's enough space there to put in the robes. So long as we're happy to move the staff. Magic tricks can go there for now. And the Rift Weaver. That can come over here. Ethereum. I think we moved the chalk over as well. Other utility stuff. One more staff, so we can put that one there. Let's move this stuff over to here, so that we can have... In fact... let's put the staff down here. And then we can have the next, or the final tier of clothes there, and the final staff there, if that makes sense. Okay, let's put the structures up top. Spellforge, Pedestal, Sanctum, Magitrix, Rift Weaver. I don't know if there's any others that will need to go up there. There we go. Slightly more organised. So I want to make this first, mostly just for the achievement's sake, or the page unlock. It's not required for making it to tier 2. Eternal Essence Ash. Rift charges. I feel like if we're going to run out of anything, it'll be the Rift charges. Prismatic Essence Ash. 3 of. Oh, that needs Ethereum. Oh, and a large crystal. That needs to go there. We can't make this yet. We need to make this first. Okay. What I don't know is whether or not this is reusable. We'll find out. Okay. Uh, 8.2, that does need Ethereum as well. So it's a good job we've already got it. Oh, that's the boundary that's... There we go, one rift lever. Yeah, that is the Ethereum. Good. At least I know where that is. I don't need the bucket. Don't know why I still have the bucket on me. Okay. Gonna need a rift charge and a wand. We have a pickaxe. We're gonna need these. At least I'm assuming I'm gonna need these. Okay, should get us 32 large crystals. We only need one per thing we're trying to make. Need 24 for that. We're going to need a bunch more anyway for other things. Okay, let's just think up the stack. Stack's worth. Should do the job. Okay, let's put this bucket away. This one came out of the chest in the kitchen, I think. Yep. Okay, that goes in there. In fact, while the rifts are calm, let's briefly get some other stuff done, because this will change the rift state. Still don't entirely know what I'm going to do with the entire stack of dirt we have over there. Okay, you should have 2 harvestable frames. Those are ready as well now. Good, good. Okay, we need the empty inventory slot. We may need 2. I don't think I can prop you on here. No, you need to be on an actual solid ground. Which we don't have in here anymore. Oh, do these not stack? They don't stack. Irritating. Okay, so we actually can have both out. Or maybe they do actually stack. They do stack, okay. Leave that open for a second. Leaving them there might not be the best of ideas. Okay, do we just take a knife to them? How do we... Yeah. They still have good frames on them. Okay, they take durability damage each time you use them, but they're still good. Right. That being the case, I need the bucket back, because we don't have enough of them to run them through the press. Okay, now how do we do this? How many of these to wax lines? 1 to 1. We have plenty of flax, so for now, let's just convert the lots. We are going to need another barrel. That barrel is in use. And sticks. They only need to be sealed for 24 hours. So we best put those back for the time being. Can go there for now. Throw that lot in, throw that lot in, seal them. We'll get 4 out of each of those, so that's going to last a decent amount of time. We don't have enough stuff in total to redo all of these, but okay. Lost radish isn't done yet. Carrots are done. I'm going to leave the crops in here for now, given that we are planning to redo our entire farm area. Do I want to get the sheep? The sheep might not be ready to breed, actually. I do want to check on the chicks, and I do want to cut down those trees. Okay, neither of you should be ready to breed, I don't think. Oh, you are ready to mate. You're our 5th generation. Oh, we need the shears. We need to bring the shears over. You're ready to mate as well. Good. These brooding hens are useless. Absolutely useless. There's no wonder they're all for the axe eventually. Rest on your eggs. It's a good job they don't die if you don't do. You're terrible mothers. Have to feed them more grain. Which is problematic given how many's in there now. Although most of them are what's it, pulpit cocks? I forget the name for the young birds. And shears while we're in here. Where have we left the shears? We've left them in our inventory. Give me your wool. I'll do my best to leave you guys alone, but you just don't do what I need you to. Sit on your damn eggs. Because now there's more mouths to feed in there. That makes it even harder for me to make sure you get the food. This and a knife. And we need to get the loppers out. Put that away this time. I don't know why I kept them on me. There's them there. They can go away. We need a whole bunch of grass. How's the head on this? Probably be fine for this, but we're going to need to get an iron replacement soon. Okay, let's remove the grass over here first, and then we can trim the grass elsewhere. Okay, that's that bit, and then we trim all of this stuff. At least for now. I think it's basically decided at this point that these animals are going to live somewhere around here, maybe not specifically there in the long run. And definitely somewhere nearby. Almost. And we'll collect some spare. Okay. It's not going to be enough for the pair of them to breed. It's 8 portions apiece, even if we assume that they actually do evenly eat them. And that the ram doesn't have too much. Probably going to need at least one more full thing. I should check if sheep can eat vegetables because we still have a whole bunch of carrots. I'm going to get too close to the turkey pens in case they actually have decided to brood again now. Nope, one of them hasn't. Can't see the other one though. Maybe it's because there's still food available? Cassowary has been drawn over. Okay. Okay, there's enough portions in there for you to be ready to breed. How are you doing? Don't move closer to them, we're trying to not disturb them. 6, 6, okay. I mean, there's enough in there, but let's give them a little bit more just to be sure. And then... oh, we put all the blocks away, damn it. It's going to build up a little tower just to peek into the kind of the uncooperative birds. Okay, one of them's brooding. They're both brooding now, good. Oh, yeah. I don't want to pick them, but if I don't pick them, something else is going to eat them. Something will come over and eat them off the bush. The reason I don't want to pick them is just because we can't do anything with them, really. Actually, no, that's not true. We can make pie, because we entirely forgot to do anything with those. Have you... oh, it's a bit large. Little one, been eating my berries? I was going to say, they look more dead than they do growing. There it is. Okay. Let's get that upstairs to sharpen it. That in there, but I'll probably end up baking it before the end of the day. Get the pie done now, though. We can make firewood from this. It's going to take a second to warm up. Please. This grass should not be hot. It's been in here long enough. could use some more iron, but I could also use some more lanterns. There's a whole bunch of stuff we could use. Finishing the anvil isn't going to help us much at the minute, but we can at least now do that. Yep. Something to do or deal with our food or deficiency. Good. Keep nice and long in there. Where are we at? 900, so we're fine. How quickly is that spoiling? %. Yeah, it's gonna last a while. That's fine. Okay. Glass. Let's get it used. If we need it for anything, we can always break the windows out. I think I am going to put a window up there. Eventually. It's almost dead in this. Oh, we have almost killed the head of it. Okay, let's go cut those trees down. We need ladders. It's a tiny oak tree. Well, at least that European yew generated a whole bunch of leaves. Need the spare seeds, but I want the spare seeds. There we go. Okay, you, however, I want all your seeds. No, don't despawn on me. Plant you one directly above. No, no, no. Give me the leaves. Give me the leaves. Give me the leaves. You're being very unkind with your seed drops. Still don't think I got any. Nope. That's the bushiest one we've had for a while, and it's still not giving us any. They won't. These ones just won't grow properly. They don't grow to any kind of decent size if I'm manually growing them. And half the time they haven't grown with leaves, which is even worse. I think I still have a couple spare. I need so much more of the wood from those trees though. And if we keep growing like this, it's going to take an age to get them. Actually, since we have no rift activity, I don't like this idea because we don't exactly have weaponry on us at the minute. The bow will serve in a pinch, but only so long as we get attacked by a vanilla animal. If we get attacked by anything from Born of the Stone Age, it's going to move way too fast for us to deal with. Are you the one that killed me a while ago? Let's not go to the top of the hill because that's where we last saw the lion. Did any of the European yews we planted over here grow? No, that's the pine one. Maybe the European yews are further over that way. Your vassalizer, have you not got hot enough yet? Okay, we need to be back over this way. I'm sure there was some around here, though. Yep, here's one. What is wrong with these trees? Why do they naturally grow to be pretty decent size, but all of these are just pathetic little things? How am I supposed to collect large quantities of this tree if that's all they keep growing into? I think I need to be fairly close to you for you to decide to come at me. So let's make sure we can see you, just in case you decide to wander in my direction. Okay, good, you ran away. Again, a single block tall. I know there's some big trees that are actually in here that we haven't cut down yet. That's the last of the small ones, I think. These two here. Let's see if we can get some more seeds to take back home with us. Just plant them en masse. And try and deal with the problem of them being so small that way. Okay, now there should be some other big ones in here that we haven't cut down yet, without needing us to go too far. And that's just another small one. Oh no, it's a mid-sized one. I'll take a mid-sized one. It's better than nothing. So we can try and get some of the flooring finished. Or rather the first floor roof. Or the first ground floor, first floor. Ground floor, roof, first floor, floor. That's what we're using this predominantly for. Yeah, it's not a particularly big one. I need to be mindful of this because this place is littered with caves. And while our armor will protect us from the handful of shivers and bowmen, it won't for very long. Speaking of, I do not like the density of this foliage. I will not see anything coming at me. Okay. There's another one. Okay, decent amount of wood off this one at least. Hi, Mary. See how much extra flooring all of that will let us get. Right, let's make our way back. Shiver I can outrun. There's still a lion around here somewhere. That must have moved on somewhere else, but I'm damned if I know where. Just so long as we don't jump on top of it, because that's what we keep trying to do. And we're reacting as quick as the lion does when the lion realizes while it's sleeping down to, what the fuck are you doing here? And decides to want to have a go at us. I'm doing good, thanks yourself. I am just trying to get a little bit of extra wood while the rifts are calm and I didn't need to worry too much about shivers and bow torn spawning in the forest. Needed some more of this stuff. I'm still going to need more of this stuff so that I can finish the flooring One of them appears to still be brooding. Actually, no, I'm not sure that one... Yeah, that one is brooding. Where's the other one? The other one is not brooding. Is your food not gone? Why? Why are you such terrible parents? Because there's portions of food left. That's why they're so terrible parents. Okay. Yeah, they don't need to be a neat grid, they just need to be far enough apart that they're not going to cause a problem to each other. That'll do. That'll do for now. Don't need these ladders, I need proper ladders now. Okay, place seeds away. These ladders away and get these ones out. Still no rifts, but we may as well go and make the room now. Speaking of, we're going to need... let's bring 2 stacks, probably need the one. And I'm going to want a couple of doors. Methinks. That of redwood, because why not? I need some more torches. While I'm here with the hay, let's make sure the sheep have, in fact, bread. Good. You're pregnant. You're pregnant. Okay, we'll turn 8 of these into light torches. We need a couple, really, for what we need to do. There you go. Okay, shears can go away, the axe can go away, we need the pickaxe out. We don't need a prospecting pickaxe. Right. Sharpen these things. That bird's still trapped inside. If it's gone into the kitchen, it's trapped inside. I think it's just in the room of brothers though. What is what? I'm not sure what I was looking at when you said that. Okay, we have the Rift Weaver, we have the charge, we have the anchors, we have a wand, we have a basic means of defense, we have ladders, we have a door. Okay. The only thing we're missing now is some torches to put down there. Good. We do have some spares. Means I don't need to hang around and wait for them. How much charge do we have on the light one? Almost 4,000. Good. Okay. Now the thing I don't know is how far down I need to be. Oh, this goes pretty far down already, so... That's the old copper mine. Oh no, that was a something else. There's our iron. Okay, we're so almost near the bottom anyway. Okay, I'm going to take it down to... I was going to say out. Well, that saved me, but... Now we have to get past that thing without it taking a swipe at us. I don't think I need to be this far down. Let's just have the ladder all the way to the bottom. So we have a room. Ah, yeah, because we cut this chunk out so that we could use it for building materials. I forget what specifically we wanted it for, but how many arrows do we have? 16. I don't think it can follow us up the ladder, but... I'm fairly sure if it gets a clean shot at us, we're screwed. Oh, come on! How was that not straight through it? If we take one foot down there, it will try and come at us. Two is not going to be enough to kill it. Never mind, 2 is exactly enough to kill it. Okay. Taller than I need it to be. We didn't bring... Oh, we also forgot to put that all the way, damn it. We didn't bring anything to build with. To create rooms with. Clay would have been a nice place to start, I suppose. Turn this stuff into cobblestone. I don't think we need to be this far down. But we have a half-made room here already. Mind that these are all going to be different colours. Okay, then we'll have a wall here with a door here. A light source here and a light source here. And now we'll put those there as well to try and prevent anything from spawning down here when we go up to get some clay. And then beyond this wall, we need to go back another 3. At the very least. I should deal with that before I forget. Reports, spam, spam, selling viewers. Okay. Hear it, but yeah, this did level up. This room doesn't need to be this high, but since it was this high to begin with, we may as well make it this high. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go back 2 more. And then, let me fill that inventory. This thing can go there. Okay, now I just need to go get the clay to build the wall. Because it's so hot down here, we actually need a drink again. And yeah, we're going to wall this bit off. In theory, this bit here is still going to be in range of that rift to spawn something here. But I'm hoping that if something does spawn, it's more likely to spawn in here. And we can always push the room back a bit further. If we need to. Rifts are still currently calm. We are about to change that fact. Hello, I'm Matsu. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Ah, good old ladders. They couldn't build down, so they built up instead. So we need clay for... oh, we need to put the wood away first. And we need clay for cobblestone. Go have a drink of our spoiling pasteurized milk. Wood away. That goes in there, that goes in there. Clay should be in here. Is that going to be enough? I don't have that much wall to make, but still. Just to be safe, and let's get some more. Actually, no, because we're going to be making wall down there anyway. Okay. Deal with our food problem. Drink the milk. Take some spare milk with us. Okay, let's go spawn a rift. keep that open. Right. Add one of the following: Rift Charge Ethereum or Kymite. One large crystal. Okay, so we are out of range of the rift here. Only barely though. If we're up against the wall, I think we're in range of it. Of course it spawned the one at the back. I need to get myself a little drunk so I can remove a level of this to add a level of this to add a level of that. Prevent us from taking damage if we go all the way down to 0. Okay, out of curiosity. Oh, we can see here. The drop chance is only 33%. Okay, good. They do convert back. Still, 33% is going to be a little annoying. 1 in every 3. And we're going to need basically every single one of these things that we have on us converted. I wonder if we're going to get to a point where our temple stability equalizes. Because we get faster temple stability recovery the lower it is. Thanks to our skills. Are the ones nearest the doorway going to be close enough? I mean, they must be, given the fact that we get affected by that thing from here. Yeah, there's some. Two. Okay, so that's going to require 500 essence to convert it into another element. Damn. What do small ones cost? Just 50. It's 10 times as much. In specific elements is going to be prohibitively expensive. Without the use of tier 3 runes, and I don't know how much tier 3 runes are going to help. A temple gear with tier 1 runes will give us 900 essence. We only need one for each Ethereum though. I wonder if there's magical creatures that will drop large rust crystals. This is the only way I know of getting them. And I'm fairly sure there's more dangerous versions of the elemental mobs. Probably all the tier 2 ciphers need this. Which is why they're being listed. Two essence ash, which is a quarter of a stack of rustic compound, 8 Ethereum, 8 rusty gears. I thought the damage value was listed in this bit. For a 4-second cast time, that's still not much. Second cast time. Touch 1 is 3, that's 6, that's slightly better. Still, it's twice the cast time for twice the damage, though its DPS is the same. Okay, we're going to need to surface in a moment. It looks... it might be able to get these. Let's recover some temple stability first. I don't think it needed to be anywhere near that deep, but never mind. Hello, Quetham. Or words to that effect. I am terrible with names. Much better range. Not entirely sure any of the attack magic is technically worth it versus any of the other stuff. Okay, so yeah, you can't reach these ones. Fair enough. Now that we know what your range is, we can work within it. Okay, what are we up to? 16. You can mark tasks off our list, though. Oh, we already did that. So yeah, we need 24 to make the tier 2 runestones. This is the main task. So we need another 8. We don't have a gear to activate it. We'll wait until we get outside. In fact, let's actually figure out where I'm putting those. Because I kind of have an idea of what I'm going to do for it. We do still need a permanent place for our pit kilns. Although, technically, we're at the point where we can make a beehive kiln. But I was thinking of combining the structure that we're going to use to house one copy of each of these. And having in the middle of it be the actual area for the pit kiln. But yeah, we'll get to the point where we have enough of these. I'll probably try and get to 32 before we leave. We have enough stuff to get to 64, but we will have to be basically spending a lot of time sitting here waiting for it. Or repeatedly coming back. I think it's near enough to our base that it shouldn't despawn if we go away. So long as we don't leave our base. Get the temple chalk. Just in case we need the extra rift, and then we can start working the rune stones. could knock the back door or the back wall down so we have enough room for the 5x5. Actually, no. All we'll do is we'll move it closer when we're in a position to get the next tier of wand. Probably the better way of doing it. It is a hell of a grind, so yeah, good luck. I will tell you something for nothing. You are going to need a lot of, oh, what's it called? Rot. You're going to need a lot of rot. I'm talking stacks and stacks and stacks of rot. Exclusively to make rustic compound. But that's been the most limiting factor for us so far. Yeah, we'll get to 35 or 32. And then I'll place the rest of them back down again. We'll head up. And hopefully this will still be here the next time we come back down. I think that's the way we'll play it. It looks like we have provided sufficient enough light though that hostiles aren't going to spawn here. And thankfully these torches last for a nice healthy amount of time. Oh, we have clay on us that we're not using. There is something that we can do while we're down here waiting. Where are you? Utility frame. God, these were a little weird in how they were drawn. That, let's do it this way. Fill it out and then get rid of the stuff we don't need. Nope. Need to surface in a minute, or we're going to start taking sanity damage. And also potentially start having enemies spawn on top of us irrespective of the light level. You spawned another one. We can use that one. Let's have that one then as well. Okay. Did you give me it? There we go. I appreciate it. The algorithm likes watch time, if nothing else. Okay, there we go. High enough for getting our stability back. Skill should make that relatively quick. It's fine. It takes a long time to die to things like sanity or actually even hunger. I think hunger should kill you quicker than it actually does. Plus we have a large potion flask full of healing oil. Not a Rustborn magic thing, but a useful thing nonetheless. Wait, did it give me the same one twice? No. We do actually need yeah, we need some of them, or some more of these, so that we can convert them into... I forget what it's called, but they've given them a use beyond simply research for extra mana. A 3x3 there, I'll have that. Okay, change this to 1x1. They're called utility frames. They're used to make specific Rustbound magic utility blocks. Like the Slipstream Generator, which is basically the Arcane Levitator from Thorncraft. And a few other things. I had meant to make these earlier to get them cooking, but I forgot. But since I brought some clay down here to make the walls, then it gave me something to do while we were waiting. Excellent, you converted exactly the one I needed you to. Okay, we have enough for the runestones. Now we just need some spares. Get 6 more and then place the rest of these down around and behind it and come back later. Are we at 200 mana yet? Not quite. What artifact did we have that was for 200? It was a mana artifact for 75. 200 to bind it, but 75 extra mana. Which means if we get to 225, then we can actually make the next tier of wand. Which will give us a 5x5 transmute range. At that point we can move this back into the middle of the room, fill the rest of the room with these things, and then we only need cast on top of that thing. And it'll get the entire room. At what point are we becoming susceptible to that thing? It's kind of hard to tell since we're underground and this is going down anyway. Okay. we are slightly susceptible to it here. So if we move it forward one, we're going to have to be against the back wall. Casting spells, basically, is the most reliable way, at least. The fastest way would be to get a whole bunch of these. There's 4 different shapes of them and 16 different variants of each one. Each one of them is worth 3 mana points when researched. But that requires you to cast Transmute on it, to pickaxe it to pick it up. Well, you don't have to, you can leave it where it is. You feed it a standard rusty gear to activate it, and then you research it. That last step is why I suggest you pick it up and move it. Because otherwise, in order to research it, you have to be near enough that you're in the range of the rift. And since meditating consumed your sanity anyway, damn it, we're one short. There we go. Yeah, since meditating consumes your sanity anyway, it's safer just to pick it up and move it somewhere else. But yeah, that's reliant on 1, rifts spawning near enough that you can see them, and 2, them spawning anchors. And outside of that, then the simplest way is just to use Transmute. What's our current? Does it show us our spread down here? Okay, yeah, we're getting 57 from leveling up our magic, which is just using your magic. And then 111 from Insight, which is the collection of any researchable blocks. Worth noting, that's a good point while I'm down here. Oh, that's not researchable? Because it's unstable. We need to pick it up before we can use it. A number of the blocks that you can make are researchable, as well as those obelisks. And they will also give you mana. Yeah, the fastest way is definitely the obelisk. The most sure way is just to make sure you're using your spells. Transmute specifically is obviously the easiest one you have access to. Given how light it is in here, I assume it's daytime outside, or at least becoming daytime. Rift activity is still low, but that doesn't mean that it hasn't spawned some up here. He's hoping that that thing is not too far away from my base for me to be able to go back and collect from it later. Not much later, but later nonetheless. Okay. Insight is in there. Good. Spare cobble can go in here. These can go away, that can go away, they can go away. Gonna need a couple of gears. We are running out of these, but we have plenty of temple gears, we can make some more. Clay goes in here as well. You'll notice in the tooltip it says that these are researchable. That's how you can know whether or not you can still get mana from them. But you transmute them to stabilize them. Once they're stable, you can bring them into this world, and then you give them a rusty gear. They charge them. And because we also need to research that. Oh! So these aren't researchable then. Strange. The small ones are. Then you just need to meditate and look at them. I have done that many times in Minecraft. It was usually my go-to structure. A mage tower. Okay, so that should put us over 200. Stuff away on the boat, we don't need any more. These back. Ladders back in there. Oh, our linen pulp is ready. Let me borrow back some of this stuff. Okay, so this ends up being a fair bit bigger than I was expecting. Actually, no, I was kind of expecting it to be this big. There's no reason we can't still make this. There's the middle bit. That's the middle. I think a beehive kiln is a odd size, odd and even size. Yeah, bollocks. Could work around that. The internal volume's 3x3, so it's 5x5 external. Our reference point is over here. This is our reference point, effectively. We need to adjust the outer walls. So, basically, I need the book. You get the book because it's easy to illustrate from the book. Book is in here. Let me meditate to get my mana up to maximum because there's something we should get. So, basically, I want a room or a structure or something to house all of these. There's 8 of them in each row, 16 total, so I want 2 rows of 8 for each. That's what I've built these packed dirt markers for. As this is laid out at the minute, you would have a row sitting on the top and another row sitting in front of them. And that would leave one there, this gap here to get in and out. Now, that's all very well and good, but this is a large space to have nothing inside it. So I was thinking, okay, what could I put inside it? Beehive kiln is something that I'm probably going to need to make. I was considering putting just the fire pits in here. The fire pits could go in here quite happily because we can just grid them out so they don't need to look perfect. But the beehive kiln is 3x3 internal, which means that it has a 5x5 wall effectively, which obviously would not be central in here. Now what I could do is I could split the 2 lots of 8 into 2 lots of 4. Or sorry, 2 lots of 2 lots of 4. To split them down the middle and move the walls out. But if I just split the walls and move them over, then this one here, that's going to be there, that's going to... Actually no, that does still work. These would end up here and here. I thought they were going to collide, they won't. But we would need to move this, because if we... Yeah, we'd still need to move a side, so it would become bigger. So we could put the beehive kiln in the middle of them. I think the Magitrix is 5x5 as well. It'd make a little bit more sense to have something magical sitting in the middle of here, but I don't think there's anything in Rustbound that's an even size. I think they're all odd. So I think the Magitrix wouldn't fit in here either. A Divine Gateway. Or rather, just a gateway. Are they a Divine Gateway or just a gateway? I forget. And the gateway wouldn't be a bad idea to have in here? Yeah, I have, it's not Wildcraft, it's something else. But it adds seed for flowers. But the problem is I need the flowers, or I need flowers nearby the beehives anyway. So I've just been growing them over there. Let me just have a look, because I think the mod page for Rust Magic does show both the magic tricks and the gateway. Okay, the gateway's 5x5. Yeah, they are even sized. So we can still do it, we just have to combine the two thoughts. So if we move this to here, this to here, and the entranceways become these. That does still work. It's actually I think this becomes smaller, which is fine. Yeah, we need to bring this forward, which means this needs to come forward as well. Oh. So that's how this would look then. Still fairly spacious on the inside. And we could potentially have more than one gateway if we did gateways in here. Can I have a blown up version of that image, please? There we go. So yeah, that's 5x5. It's not what I'm thinking of, it's this. Gateway is 5x5 but vertical. Assuming that it still looks like that. So there'll be nothing stopping us from having a gateway in front of them, all of these, or 3 of these, put 3 gateways in here. But either way, or one way or the other, I think that is how we will do it. So I will start laying those out. More than a minute. Might do that later. Let's quickly get a bite to eat and then we'll disappear back down the cave because all of the ones down there will have converted. And I'm curious as to whether or not we've gone too far away to despawn, or far enough away to despawn the rift. So let's get our spoiling food. Good. We'll start on the pie next. Speaking of the pie, we should check to see whether or not any more fruit has grown. just before we make a quick trip down. Excellent, we can make another pie. Task for later. Yep, good. That's enough for a pie. Compound, and it's 6 prismatic ash. We may need to, we're going to need to make some more prismatic ash one way or another. I wonder how much essence these convert into. Seems a bit of a shame to burn one of them. I'll make a note in Twitch chat because it's nearby at the moment. Tells me. I mean, in theory, you could speed up this process by having more than one rift down here. We could add a room on the opposite side. Put another rift weaver in there. Make it twice as many, twice as fast. Good, you're still here. Actually, that already is a 5x5 grid. There's just an extra space at the front. But yeah, if we want this to go quicker, we can always just dig out another room there and put another one in there. It's a perfectly valid option. Anyway, let's start working on these things. That's in our to-do list, which I would open if I could continue to ascend the ladder with it open, but I can't. We can at the very least tick one thing off. We have our large crystals. I think in the long run we will just set up 2 of those so that we can just make the crystals faster. If we get to the next tier of wand, then in theory I think the drop rate also goes up. Because I vaguely remember small crystals being 33% chance with transmute 1, but 50% chance with transmute 2. So it's possible with transmute 3, large will become 50% as well. You done? You're almost done. Why am I going that way? We want this. Okay, so I'm going to need all of that. No, prismatic for these. And that. There we go. And charge left in there. Charge cost 12 apiece. Damn, that's irritating. These things only hold 20, and I can charge them for 8 each pass. Which means we have to charge each of them twice, and then we can only use each of them once. Okay. Before we need to charge them again. Get some more life essence going. Let's figure out how much we still need. Okay, so 11, 12, 13. $26. So I'm gonna need at least I wish prismatic. Oh, I wish the ash wasn't 2 to 1 conversion. It was 2 to 4. Also 1 to 4, rather than 1 to 2. Okay, so this is going to make us... The way to think about it is 13, 13, 13. That makes us all of them. We already have 10, and we need 6 per. So get rid of 5. Okay. Still a decent amount spare. Are we done? That is not worth it. No, I'd rather just keep feeding this small crystals. That is 42 for a large crystal is what it gave me. 42. Like the universe and everything. Although admittedly, for these crystals, what we actually need is lots of this stuff. And this stuff we have lots of. Okay, well that's cooking. Put that on us for now. Where are you? Damn it. I can't jump with that window open. Wander around, but jumping? No. Oh. Now how the devil does that work? These... Is there a better version of the candles? How do I get these to 25 available charge? Mage candle. Formic foundry. Upgrade slot. Formic foundry upgrade slot. Artifact core. Lanterns work as well. Processing an inert magical lantern and an arc light furnace. Using a neutral one. Inert mana lantern then. Okay, can't make them yet. Or can I? Not up here. Smithing would still need Ethereum. Sorry, not Ethereum. Oh no, that is Eldrithium. Need it. So yeah, we can't do that at the minute. And this is where we wish we had more artifacts, because I don't want to use any of those for this. Ever since I realised I needed artifacts, I've not found a duplicate. Moonstone, bloodstone. I still don't know what this back bit is. This is the upgrade slot. There's clearly something on the back as well. because the bag doesn't get highlighted there. It's highlighted separately. Strange. Oh, that's going to take a fair bit longer than I was hoping it would. Damn it. Do we have... I need to borrow a chest so I can drop some stuff off. Not what I was trying to do. Put that one away and then keep this one here. Yeah, let us go there. Put these in here for the time being as well. Okay, I'm going to take my break a little bit early, just because I need to go to the toilet anyway, so I simply need to wait for that. I will go get myself a bite to eat, something to drink. I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. By that time, the essence will be done, and we can think about going from... yeah, the essence will be done, we can think about making the actual rune stones. I'd still like to make the temple torch, but we may not be able to, or the temple chalk, but we may not be able to make that currently, unless rift activity changes. But yeah, I'll go get myself a bite to eat and drink. I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes, so I will see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Wait, pie. Time for pie. Get some fruit back in us. What's our current HP? 15. We don't need this at the moment. Right under there, in fact. Up there. Okay. We'll keep the shield on us. Still low rift activity, I believe it's night time. Not yet. And we've got lightning. Why did I come up here? Altitude, that's why I came up here. Came up here so that we could have a look around. If you can climb up the walls, why can't you get out of this room? Yeah, I came up here to see whether or not there was any rifts about, and the answer is no, so we will go visit the rift that we've left open, see if it's still there. Ouch. That should have hurt. I'm not going to complain that it didn't, but that should have hurt. So yeah, we'll go see whether or not that rift is still open. And whether or not an artifact has appeared inside it. Good, that's all done. We'll come back to that in a bit. I don't think they should have had enough time to close yet. Do we still have those on us? No, we placed them all down, that's fine. Still here. Damn it. It's researchable. I wanted to find one that wasn't researchable. I should have made inert. Yep, so we can pick that up. Pass through the door before we close it on our face. Okay. Oh yeah, and that reminds me, we may as well get that done as well. That being, we have an artifact that will give us additional mana that we couldn't attune to. In fact, I think we have 2 artifacts that we can now attune to that required 200 mana. Although I think one of them was increased spell duration, which is not that useful. Principally because most spells that give us a buff for duration give us a buff for like 10 minutes anyway. So even if it's an extra 10%, 10 minutes is a lot. to begin with. Okay. Where do we keep them? In here. Oh, it's a 30%. That's actually a fair bit better. Another superior bracelets, which is good because the only thing we have at the minute is a belt. So we can equip and use these. For reference, if you've not been here before, this is what I'm actually looking at. And yeah. I need to be on the wand. Yeah, this is what we've got for our bracelet at the minute, so we can just throw that away. We have a belt. We've not found a necklace yet. We need to actually break more, or break open more artifacts. Let's spend 200 mana to soulbind to this. That now gives us 280 mana, and another 20. We will have enough for the next tier of wand, which we can make out of a few different metals. Eldrithium is one of them. Obsidian stone. Just compound and primordial fragments per 5 bits. That's gonna become very expensive very quickly. Just so we can get 1 ingot of it. The gateways require Eldrithium anyway, so they're not something we can currently make. Damn it, it did get me. Of course, it's raining. That makes sense. I can relight this here. Just get our mana back. Need to find somewhere for that. I need to grab a gear for that. We need to make the remaining bits and pieces for this. Where are you? Each one of these is going to require 4 light, 4 dark, a full set of mana candles, and then it's going to need 4 neutral, 4 light and 4 dark. Which, they're not expensive, that's not too hard to do. What's the change of the next one? Is also going to take 8 large rust crystals. And 4 inert artifacts. And then chromatic light. Netherite? Ah. There we go. Two large crystals, good lord. Three compound, and then an additional 6 compound, 6 compound, 6 compound. So each one of these is going to cost 21 VoD each. It's absurd. It's too much. Not something we need to worry about for a while. Not going to be in a position to be able to do that for a long while. Okay, let's get this back out. One too many into it that time. Okay. That's enough of that. Tick. Okay, so let's grab all the torches we have. Bring it up to 12 and then hope that we get enough converted back. So what could be a problem is mage candles. We may not have enough fat to make all the mage candles. Makes them in batches of 4. They're consumed every time, so we need 8 batches. We need 8 lumps of fat. We have exactly enough. Damn it, this one's full. Actually, I need that for a moment. So we'll leave that out. This can go in there. And if I actually grab these things... Where are they? Over here. Now, do you go out because you're done? Or... Good. Or a utility block, not a utility frame. So I still need to actually make the things from them. Where were we keeping our paper? We'll move all of those when once the sun's out. Okay. That's where I've been keeping all the paper. Leather, parchment, primordial fragments. No reason not to pre-prepare these. That isn't there. Each charge cost a piece. Okay, it's then prepped. Keep them up here for now. I need to get some more torches, just in general. And we miscounted. Never mind. Okay. That compound a piece. And shifting fiber. should be enough of those. I think these want to be chiseled. Yep. Hammer and the chisel are both upstairs. I say upstairs. We don't have any stairs yet. And a chisel. And a chisel and here. Chisel blocks, good. And that. A chisel there. Okay, I think, aside from the temple chalk, if I wanted to use that, which would be helpful but is not required, we have everything. We're going to need to move all the dirt and things one way or the other. Tier 2 rune stones aren't too expensive in the grand scheme of things. They're only fractionally more expensive than the tier 1 rune stones. It's just that I don't know what to do with the existing tier 1 rune stones. I also don't know how much of a benefit it is to upgrade the rune stones on the essence generators. Good snipe! I give you props for that one. Ah, you are just over there. There's low rift activity, but that does indicate that there is a rift over there. The rain makes its targeting noise too quiet. There's the rift. That's actually a really convenient place for the rift to have spawned. Because the rift is going to almost directly feed the devouring void. But it's not the rift that we're interested in. It's the potential artifact that could spawn with it. How much do these things boost this by? It's 5 apiece, isn't it? So I've got to imagine that a artifact core will give at least 10 apiece. So we may only need the one. If we can get the one duplicate. How did you get close enough to me without disturbing that thing? That shouldn't be possible. That thing can get around. The window in the other room isn't there. I started putting this window in at the top. That's my bad. Let me fix that. Doesn't matter that these aren't finished yet. So long as they can't find their way in from that side. I think they can make it over here. They shouldn't be. Interesting that one's just throwing rocks at me and not making an attempt to come over here. Or maybe it's trying to find its way around. 'Cause there's plenty of places it could get around. Okay. And the door is open. Huh? Oh! It's not coming from the side, it's coming from above me. I was going to sleep till morning, but if this thing is being fed, I'm disinclined to do that. Okay, here's the rift. Oh no, there's an artifact there. The vein isn't helping, it's too dark. Okay. What can we do? We could convert some more of these over. We are going to need a lot of them. Grab the candles. Actually, no, we'll put them away. We'll wait until morning. We'll see whether or not the artifact has spawned over there or in the. I heard you that time. Or if the one in the one downstairs. Tablet. Wall, stability stabilizer, tanky tablet that can be now, utility frame, light mana torches, rift charges, painted stone. I don't think that closes rifts. I think that just prevents the loss of temple stability. Okay, this needs a rune stone. Placed near a runestone to function. 6 blocks radius. Oh, so that's the other use they've given for rusty dust. You can use it to charge these. Creates a magical field that stabilizes passive stability lost in the area for nearby players. I wonder if that will work underground. Mana stream generator is the one I was thinking of getting. I think this is the one that prevents this from appearing. Mageweave bag is the reason we need so many rift charges. It's going to cost a lot of scrolls. Problem for future me. Anti-magic generator. Creates an anti-magic field that prevents spell casting. Okay, not quite the same. What was the other thing? Damn it, I knew these things existed. I was looking for one at this at some point last week when we wanted to test something, or maybe the week before. Magic Ward and Magic Bridge were the two other things that I wanted to look at. Oh, there they are. Creates a barrier that prevents entities from passing. Okay, so it's literally just effectively a doorway. And this, I imagine, is the same thing. Creates a magical bridge. 8 long by 3 wide. That's actually really decent. For a basic runestone. I almost forgot that we had a thing going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 should do it. I think it's a knife. Actually no, we don't need 5, we've already got 4. Just need the 4 of them. One the slot. Looking at which we was putting in where. I don't suppose I can set this on here. That has to be on flat ground. Now, which way round was it? Was it these ones in here? Or the white ones in here? I think we're going these ones in here. And we have no torches at the minute. This is why we have emergency torch, which we will not put down in the room that doesn't have a roof, and subsequently turn it off while it's raining. Running out of arrows. What did I want to come over here to check? Why would I want to check on the sheep or the... I had in my head there was a reason I wanted to be over there to look at something. While it was dark. But I'm damned if I can remember what it is. We already know the sheep are pregnant. They're not going to give them birth anytime soon. We're not trying to breed the pigs currently. It's not been enough time. That was it. Berries. Some blackberries. Some more of these berries. These haven't flowered yet, that's fine. And some of the blackberries are ready. All these various plants are likely to get moved, but at this point we probably shouldn't bother thinking about or actually making the move for them until after summer. We're still in spring, even though it is October. That's the southern hemisphere for you. Future rot. All fish are to me, most of the time. Just future rot. And it is a time of the year where it would be reasonable to get some worms. Go in the rotten chest. Still got some spares of those. Well, since we're out here, that way is north. North and south. Pylons, markers, monoliths. Okay, these go east then. They're on the north, they're in the south, these are on the east. So this is a northward marker. We haven't researched it yet, so I'm looking at the wrong bit of this. You go... you may actually go in a place that I can't currently sit you down. Oh, we can. There, I think. 1, 2. Hang on, something like that, yeah. Here. So grab all the ones that point upwards. Even though we have a use for these, all of these are ones that we know we've researched. Okay, you point upwards, you point upwards, you point upwards. You point upwards, you point upwards, you point upwards. That one does, this one does, this one does, and this one does. All of them? Nope, we missed one. We need to move that column of dirt one way or the other. Hang on a second. How have we managed that? Every one we put over here we've definitely researched. I'm sure of it. We have a spare. Somehow. I shouldn't complain, we need a spare. Okay, what have we got here? You go here. Go the long way round. And the tooltip. You go there. That's our duplicate. That one's straight. Okay. Okay, no, I think that is that one. So here and here. That one's nice and simple, as is that one. That goes next to it. And that goes under that. So here, 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 here. Okay, and let's do the ones that point downwards. Maybe in the long run I will turn these all back on, but okay. Here, here, and here I want to say. Oops, that doesn't want to be here. Okay, yep. Those two next to each other, that one there, this one goes underneath that. We're missing one. In fact, you go there. I see it. Okay, now let's get the stubby ones. These are on the west side. Okay, last lot. Yeah, we'll do the 4 for the bottom first. That's the top row one. That's the top row one. I think that's the other top row one. Second to last. Last. Okay. 1, 2, skip 3. 5. It's 1, 1, 1. 1, skip, 1, skip, 1. There we go. We may actually still be able to make it through here. No, we can jump over this and get in. But we'll have a path here. I don't know what we'll put inside here yet, but let's get that thrown into a thingy. I need quickly... I'll make additional pies in a bit. Okay, how long are you going to take? Five minutes. At a cost of 500 essence. Oh, the bit that was out here is gone. You didn't get much in the way of extra food. That's disappointing. I don't know what I'm going to be using small crystals for other than feeding this thing. Let's head down and see if the one we opened down there is still open. Collect any more large crystals that are down there. Is there another thing that I wanted to do while I was down there? Oh right, just check for a artifact, that was it. We found the one we needed. Hopefully it's enough. Still open. So at least we know that the ones we open don't close particularly quickly. I've got a couple of hours left. We're easily going to be in a position to potentially craft a tier 2 spell. Because we already have a spare scroll. And we have enough essence in all 3 generators to convert that scroll into a cipher, and craft a spell using that cipher. Because it's 750, I think, for a tier 2 spell. So we need 1,200 or 1,500 in any or specific essence generator, which we have. It's just a matter of deciding what spell we want to target. Actually, there is one thing I need to look up. Why does that come under blank? Invocation. Process a runic scroll 2 in an arc like furnace using arc. That's how we make the non-filtered type. How do we create the filtered type? Targeting specific spell schools. You can change any tier 2 or 3 blank spell cipher into a cipher for a specific school. You do this by storing the blank spell cipher and then right mouse clicking with magic chalk in hand. You can keep doing this to cycle through. Okay. Nice and simple. We just need to make the cipher. It's just a shame that I can't search for tier 2. This didn't work last time I tried it. It looks like it's worked this time around. Annoying. Yeah, 750, that's what I thought. Predictive barrier that can absorb damage. 20 HP for 15 minutes. An explosion in a trap. Does it say how much damage it gets? I don't suppose the... no. Rust Nova, which is the AoE around the caster. Around the caster. And we have the ranged magic spells. 8 damage. Eight damage every 6 seconds rather than 3 damage every 2 seconds. But the bow with these is doing 4 damage every time we fire it, which is once a second. So that's 8 damage every 2 seconds. converting it into an elemental type would require us to have 4 large crystals of the same type, I assume. I'd kind of rather tier 2 didn't, given how expensive converting the crystals are. Because that's an extra 2,000. And you can't target a specific type of crystal. It's random. Spike shield. Grants protective shield around the caster, dealing damage to attackers. Decreases armor walk speed penalty, which we currently don't have any. Equilibrium, improves circulation, regulating body temperature. Excavation, increases mining speed. Flash heal, heals the selected target, there's no target, heals the caster. Heals for 3, 60 mana. Increases magical power by 15%. Actually, that's a good point. We're not just doing 3 damage with this, we have a bonus to damage, I think. Oh no, we don't. I thought Rust Mage got a bonus to spell power. But no, it's a reduction in lost temporal stability from meditation, extra rust gear drops, increased walk speed, and reduced hunger rate. Only lasts for 3 minutes, this one, but doesn't cost as much. So that'd be 15% extra damage on whatever damage in spells we cast. Or just 15% more power on a particular number of spells. Calls down a wave of light damage. Judgment. Range 8 blocks. Increases hunger rates. Increases drop rate from foraging wild crops and vessels. Rapid shot increases range, weapon accuracy, speed and damage by 15%. If all we cared about was raw attack damage, this would be the one to get, since we are speccing our combat stat in here into archery, and this is already giving us a bonus to, it's hidden beneath the handbook, a bonus to attack. Swiftness is just really nice to have. Regeneration creates a bubble of restorative magic healing all targets over time. 0.1 per tick, duration 12 seconds. Only takes a couple of seconds to cast. What's the area of effect? So it's only going to heal 1.2. It only costs 40 mana. Decreases entity aggro range. Decreases physical attack damage. Grants run speed increase. It's still 50%. Increases mechanical damage and decreases translocation repair costs. Endless Breath, Everfall, Gift of the Mage. Creates a mana crystal that replenishes mana for nearby mages. I've got to imagine that this is not going to give me back the amount of mana it would take to cast it. Cast time 8 seconds. Oh, duration 3 minutes. Range 8 blocks. Maybe it would do. If it restores 1 mana every second, that's 180. But our mana regeneration, or rather our tempo regeneration, is reasonable enough. Grant slow upward movement while sneaking. Elemental resists. Shadow step is a teleport. 64 blocks away. Ah no, shadow step's a random position. It's significantly less useful because it's a random position. Summon light. Summon objects. How long does bag last? It doesn't say. And then we have the weapons. Creates a temporary weapon out of condensed natural magic that will fade over time. They all look like, I think, swords or wands. I would love it if there was a summon bow. Summoner's Soul 1 creates a health stone that heals when used. I mean, there's so many spells. If we have enough runic scrolls, I may just get a random one of each and just see what the hell we get. Because a lot of these are actually, or are potentially useful. Unlike the tier 1 ones where there's a handful that are pretty useful and most of the rest of them are meh. This would be nice to get. And if we get one of the ones that aren't particularly useful, some of these up here, we can always re-roll them. How many runic scrolls do we have? We have 3. Yeah, that makes sense, and that'll fill that nicely. Let me check. So that one is 2, 1 and 3. This one is 1, 1. 2, 1 and 3. So they're not that more expensive. Ethereum remains the more expensive part of it. I don't think I actually made any, or made the thing for them. No, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, screw it. Okay, please increase this by 10. 15, I'll take it. Increased by 15. We can now make... Where did we put you? Where did we put you? Oh, we put you over here. On temple chalk. Now, where were we keeping this? We can go there for now. Okay. Standard chalk is still in here. Where are you? There you are. Let's get that wand as well. Okay, I need a pickaxe on us, but we'll get on that. Right. We may need to move the dirt. We'll do it here for now. That way's north. Still low lift activity. Okay. What's the durability in this thing? Yeah, it's only 100. We should be considerate about where we want to put it. Although that said, yeah, all three of the runic things use the same basic pattern. Yeah, the runes don't change. You just need 4 space in all directions. One, 2, 3, 4 here. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Actually, I'm assuming the light ones are light. Yeah, okay, good. I assume this can't be made in multiple batches. That was a good dice roll. We didn't lose a single one of the temple sigils. Temple sigils all here. Is it a 10% chance that they all disappear then? Okay, we have enough of those. We need at least one of these to survive so we don't have to make another one. That goes there, that goes there. It must be a 10% that it consumes all of them. There we go. Okay, now we lost a couple. Okay. Box picked. This makes us capable of making tier 2 spells. Stream goal achieved. Okay, I was going to say these should be researchable. 3 mana. Okay, and now let's just roll the dice and see what we get. That one probably has the widest variety of things it can give us. Seen any rifts about still? Because I could use a whole bunch more of those now. Well, probably actually about ready, so we'll wait for this to finish. In fact, if we start meditating on it before it's finished, I think when it finishes it will just insta-pop. If it works the same way the old one did. I wonder if I still count as looking at this if I press that button. I do. Okay, good to know. Salty's 3 look does not technically take your eyes off of the thing you're looking at. Come to think of it, it might take longer because it's a tier 2 spell. We would have had the time to go and go down the hole. Never mind, sunk cost. We'll wait in here till it's done. There we go. Oh god damn it! It also fucked with my controls as well as spawning an enemy. Okay. Let's get rid of that thing. No rift charge. Okay. You work on that while I go down into the hole. Damn it, I can't hold control and do this. Not quite what I thought I had typed, but that works. Okay, 15 on base and then... okay. That's a shame. I was wondering if at max power it would be enough to go all the way down. I also wonder if it works like the Arcane Levitator actually does, and if you stack them, then it adds the power to each other. I suspect not, though. Okay, that lift is gone. That's fine. That was a waste of mana. Okay, these torches will be dead by the time we next come down. And I meant to... yeah. I meant to bring a chest to leave up here so I could keep these in them. So we'll go do that, or rather we will stare into the void and see whether or not it hits us. And then take a chest down there so that we can keep those in the chest. And we don't have to remember to bring them with us every time. Hour 35 minutes. We probably don't have the materials to make more than one spell. Even if we can get 3 spell ciphers without too much trouble. You're in the way. I wonder if that arrow is recoverable. It went flying. Somewhere along this line. I don't think we're going to find it. They're fresh, they haven't frozen yet. Did you freeze? Nope, but we can connect these together. Would have landed somewhere around about here. Let's try and pay attention to whatever debuff it gives us. Get Serenity ready just in case. Okay. Oh, you swine. We have Befriend Animal 1. Befriend Animal 1 is more than enough. It literally gave us a spell we already had. That's now, what, 5 times we've got a copy of Befriend Animal, I think? Okay, that can go in there. Let's get a basket. Take it down for the torches. And we're out of healing stuff. Basket. New chest, that'll do. We'll be ready when we get back. We missed one. Not almost done, are we, on that? We brought it up to there. Probably at least another 8-ish cranberry bushes to encircle the wall in them. Oh, we are hungry. We need to make the next set of fruit pies. Okay. We should, I'm not going to, we should make the food first, just in case it gives us the thing that consumes our food, our saturation, over the course of a minute, and then starts rapidly eating our health. Because we're not going to be able to make a pie fast enough. The sickness. That is the thing I didn't want to see, but at least it's not for a minute. The sickness isn't as bad as the other one. Once it's worn off, then sort that out in a minute. We can just go eat a vegetable. Any vegetable will do. Although we do want to grow a lot more garlic. Garlic heals. Imagine a parsnip. Let's have a couple of parsnips. I'll have one more look for berries, and then we will have to make some pies. Sun is setting. Berries? Did we just find our arrow? We just found our arrow. How did it end up over here? I thought I was firing straight parallel to the building. Wait, some of these might be white berries, and they might have grown. White currants, yes. Flowering, right. Flowering. Currants, flowering. I'm not going to get anything that says right. Okay, nothing that says right. multiples of 2. You're gonna die inside, yep. Die inside the farm. We're down to our last bone arrow. We are going to have to make a point next week, on Thursday, of getting some more iron so we can make some iron arrows. Okay, we're not going to have enough time to wait for more fruit, so let's figure out how many pies we can make. Well, there's our answer. 3 pies. And then we may as well make the rest of bread. Okay. Let's do these ones first. Right, yeah, we left the rift open back there, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it does prevent us from learning any more magic or discovering any more ciphers. The reason it's not necessarily a bad thing is because positioning of it has the high ground advantage. Oh, that did hit him. That rift is nicely positioned. To spawn enemies directly upon the Devouring Void. Ooh, we got a temple gear. Nice. Devouring Void isn't active yet. That missed. I saw that miss. That went over my shoulder. Where are those elementals? Hey, you guys. Hey, big guy. Come on. Feed the void. Come feed the void. No, don't come at me. There's a fence here. Go around the fence. Better. No, come on. Round the fence. Figure it out. That thing spawned on top of me. That was a mean shot. It was a good shot, but it was a mean shot. We better get another veggie. We allowed ourselves to take damage. There's an artifact in that rift and I want it. Do I want to turn the bread into breadcrumbs or just turn it straight into bread? Satisfied on grain, it's just fruit and dairy now. We should probably turn it into breadcrumbs because they last longer, and I think the breadcrumbs we have may actually probably not be too far from being done. Oh no, they've still got plenty of time on them. We've only got 9 left, so assuming we didn't leave these in too long, let's take them out when they're part baked and we'll turn them all to breadcrumbs. Milk is just a little spoiled. It's still good. I mean, that is the reason why we put the Spellforge right next to the Devouring Void. Because if it did create a rift, the Devouring Void would capture the overwhelming majority of the hostile spawns. And we're going to need well, it's going to need feeding. Devouring Void will need lots of feeding. And that does leave us with a predicament. We can't do the thing we wanted to do tonight. While that's being efficient for us. You know what? This is one thing we can do and should do. Does the cap we put in the heft hammer matter? I don't think so. Spare barrel. I'll put this in the kitchen for now. Next to other spare barrel. Let's finish off the task we didn't manage to get done on Saturday because we forgot we needed the fluxing agent. Gonna need probably... I think 3 might do it, we'll see. Can't put both of these on here at the same time. We should only need the 1, so let's put the rest away. Oh yeah, I forgot. We have a whole bunch extra cassiterite as well. I think it's going to need more time than that, but... we need to make some more lanterns for the rooms we have finished, so we don't have to keep using mana torches. And while mana torches are nice and all, it'd be much better if they, or much better if we had actual lanterns. If for no other reason than they have better range. Guide to raising dragons, we still have to find one. We may find something else before we find a dragon at this point. What was I looking for? Right, I wanted to double check the workable temperature. Okay. So if we get it up to 800, 850, then it should keep its temperature long enough for us to be able to fuse it. I didn't realise that I actually didn't need this. Ow, you're right, yes, I know, stop picking it up. There, we got it right this time, you can stop. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realise that I didn't actually need the iron anvil for smithing iron stuff, but I think I do need it if I find meteoric iron, which unfortunately I don't think I've seen any around, or at least I haven't seen the telltale signs of any. I should go grab the map while that heats. I think that's going to need another one. The map is on the boat, isn't it, at the minute? Ooh, that's something I forgot that we were potentially in a position to do now. It's going to cost us a lot of temple gears to pull off, though. Now, why did you recenter over there? $1670, -90. In fact, over here. 1700, 1685, 75. Both negative. Recenter. The recenter map? Oh, it's a dot command, isn't it? Yeah, it's recenter map. -1685. I forget what height we're at. 140, -75. Good enough. There we go. One iron anvil. That one can stay over there for now. Let's leave that there. Okay, let's having a quick look at the map. No, that's just a hole in the ground, hole in the ground, hole in the... Look how many pit holes there are around here. Such an extensive tunnel network. So now everything I can see, it looks just like maybe that, but it's not uniform enough. That's a artifact. Maybe there? I've been digging that out. Nope, that's all following the curve of the mountain. We're not going to see one in the edge of the mountain particularly easily. Maybe there? Maybe here. I think here is probably the best bet out of all of these options. For some meteoric iron. At least so far as nearby goes. This is all a cliff face, we're not going to be able to see anything there. That there looks very, very meteor-like, but it could just be a hole in the ground. I think these are tunnel entrances. Too much forest cover to be able to tell anything. Too hilly to be able to tell anything. Not uniform enough, I don't think. No, that's a cave system. Yeah, there's not much that's obvious that appears to be. Or maybe have a look next episode for some meteoric iron. Although I don't know what I would use it for. We haven't quite got blacksmithing up to the level where we can reclaim that one bit. Hopefully that Rift is still down there doing the job. Well, this does need doing. I'd be a little annoyed if I'm effectively wasting my time when I could be progressing the thing that we wanted to be doing in the first place. There is probably an optimal hammer in pattern to do this. There's 4 more lanterns. I think I probably just have enough time, although waiting for this to heat up may make that time run out, to bring it up to 6, which is useful because the actual candles you make in batches of 3. Do we have the spare glass? I'm gonna have to break a couple of windows. I believe we need to cut these in half. Yeah. So we need to borrow a couple of pieces of glass from somewhere else. That being the case... Oh, we don't actually have enough quartz left. Don't know if that rift is still over there, but I'm going to assume that it is. But yeah, we'll get a little bit more quartz. We'll fire some more glass one way or the other anyway. Yeah, we have the time. We've technically done that, but we still need a lot more of it. The pickled veg is on the way. I think these ones we can pick up at 800 degrees and we'll have enough time to hammer them out. Oh, the handle on this thing's about to break. There goes... Oh, the binding, not the handle. Although the handle is almost gone. Do I have any cheap binding up here? No, we'll just replace the entire thing. Was that actually on my hotbar? I didn't think that was on my hotbar. I thought I'd move that into my inventory. Maybe I was wrong. Okay. Gonna need that. Nice try. It arced it over the window. Okay, we need rope. Ah, bollocks. We need rope and beeswax and then peat. The problem is the beeswax. We've used it all. So much for that. Okay, we'll go get some more quartz. We have a little mine for it. That does still have an artifact in it. Damn you, too far away for me to hear you. You can make it to me if you come directly at me. Disagree. I was behind the thing. That one I just didn't bother. Shenanigans. Okay, you're feeding. This is ready. This could be a mistake, but we'll see. God damn it, it's giving me the lunatic agony. It's the worst one. Watch my hunger just disappear. For a minute, it's going to keep doing that. Which is why, if we get Dispel, I may just make that, even though it's probably one of the lesser usefulness or useful spells. How do you have almost nothing in you? There goes the... Okay, good. Okay, we'll go get some food in a second. These scrolls must have cost more to make than it said they should. Actually, no, we didn't look how much they cost to make. The only thing we looked at was how much the spell itself cost. Didn't we? No, we don't have enough room for a third slice. Crab, how did you even spawn inside? Okay, that can wait. Quartz. So about here? It's not this bit. It's the bit just beyond. It's in here. This way. This is where we have allocated the harvesting of the quartz. Yeah, let's get enough to fire 2 of them off. That's a dangerous one to be breaking. I mean, our roof is going to be fine, but it could collapse all of that. Okay, good. That sounded like a balk. Are there dogs nearby? Wolves nearby? And if so, what kind? Can't see them. Still low rift activity. You're ready. Let's try again. Confusion and mana burn, but mana burn only because we wandered into the thing. Oh, it's consumed all of our mana. Which is annoying. Never mind. Extra glass for Thursday. We actually need to recover some mana, so let's do that now. Then we'll go place this. Where does this go? Do we still have the book on us? We do. This one goes south. Top row, third from the left. Is there a lot of chat messages or something that I'm missing? There seems to be in-game lag whenever the it adds a chat message. South, top row, third from the left, there. We need a gear though. Out of gears. We're going to have to convert some temple gears down. Unless we want to start doing trading. Yeah, there's a split second lag, like 0.2 of a second, whenever it adds a new message into chat. Currently. Away from 300. Is tin bronze a valid wand material? Cooper nickel, silver, bismuth bronze, meteoric iron. Lightning elementals. If this gives me befriend animal again, I'm going to be very annoyed. Working on the assumption it even works this time. You son of fucking RNG! I know for a fact there is more than... There's at least 10 different spells it can give me. At least 10. What is this obsession with that spell specifically? That's like the 6th time it's given me it now. Albeit a different tier, but it's still the same damn spell. Let's go sharpen this. And it's in my hotbar, I see it, and I know it needs doing. Now, we've not found enough bits and pieces to be able to make a metallic wand. We need to explicitly go out and find the resources for it. Which is fine. Too soon? Too soon. I'll come back in a second. Has it been long enough for those eggs to have hatched? Into a position to see you're going to be in a position to attack. Okay, I think there's a few chicks in there, maybe? No, there's not. In fact, only one of those hens is still brooding. Bloody useless things. Terrible mothers. To be fair, chickens are no better. They can be just as much of a pain in the arse to get them to sit on their eggs. Okay, two lots of ovulating eggs. One lot in there. And one lot in there. Eat those. And then the rest of this is future rot. In case there was an elemental nearby. Better. It's a different spell. It's not a useful spell, but it's a different spell. I can't think of any reason why I'd want to pick up a clutter object. We can do better, but since we found one that wasn't a friend animal, we'll roll on something else first. You've not spawned the artifact, have you? No. Okay. I should do something about this lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 by 3. Probably going to need 3 crates to store the lot of it. Unless we find another location just to stack it, but I think we'll put it in crates. Yeah, everything we need to make crates is inside. All the crates we've been making are redstone crates? Yes. You still in here, birdie? Or did you make it out? Oops. We should get at least a little bit of construction done. We've added a few windows, but that's not going to be noticeable in the screenshot, and that's the important thing. The screenshot must show some degree of progress on our building. So let's get roofs on top of... We went to get the European U logs, so let's get roofs on top of the rooms we're currently using for storage. One that will be the potion room, and then the other room, which I think currently both have dirt floors. Did I make them dirt floors, or did I actually put the proper flooring in? I cannot remember. Okay, I think we get all of these into those 2 barrels. Crates. Oh, one of the European U's have grown, and it is again tiny. Why am I doing it that way? Which button is it that I set it to? That's the one. There we go. Good. Turn true bulk off. Stones are going over there, so let's put the dirt over here for now. Temporarily at least. Okay, good. We have put the flooring in here. We just need to do the ceiling and the floor above, and that bit as well. I think we've got enough wood for that now. Hey, we've reached level 8 of survival. That means we can get more life. We now have 18.5 HP. Okay, let's see what this will give us. It shouldn't give us an attack spell, because basically all the attack spells require a neutral spell that you upgrade. Assuming we actually get a spell and not a whammy. Nope, we got a whammy. Fatigue and blind. Could be worse. No, I do still want the pickaxe and make this I can put away for now. Let's have these. One in here is done. That's going to be marble. One in here is done. The flooring over in the magic rooms is going to be one of the astral things. Go about and make this entire place sealed. Now, how'd that happen? I must have missed. Why are those birds so obsessed with my house? I need some more. This will also allow us to hang the lanterns. one spare. There we go. Progress on the house has been made, even if it is minor. But once we have those lanterns made, which we'll be able to make next stream, then we can light that area up entirely and not have to worry about things being there that we don't want to be there. I'll take it. It's not a spell we haven't seen before, but I'll take it. That's Ignite, which does allow us to light any fire and have it have a heat of 700 just right off the bat. It is a useful spell. Not useful for survival or combat, but it is a useful spell. Yes, staircase. I've been kind of meaning to do the staircase for a while. Do I want to make these... I may not be able to make these better stairs, because they're not vanilla stairs. No, we have to make do with the stairs we have. That's fine. It's kind of what I was worried about, but it makes sense, so that's okay. Do I actually have enough? No. Need 2 more. There we go. Bang our head on the way down. We can do something about that. I don't think we have any cobblestone stairs, but we can just make some cobblestone stairs. How actually do we have cobblestone stairs? No, we don't. Right, gonna need a couple of bits of mortar. Maybe just one bit of mortar actually. And then it's there and there. Gets me... no? Am I wrong? How's this done? Okay. Right idea, wrong layout. And it's clay, not mortar. So 70% of the way there. Regular stairs and probably going to convert it to one or more dynamic stairs. It still looks the same though. We don't need a dynamic, we just want that. There we go. Okay, that'll do for now. go look into the void and see if the dark spell will give us anything useful before we put all this stuff away. Not sure what we can get out of the dark one. Fucking swat. This spell is useless. Reap is useless. It doesn't guarantee drops. What's the point of it if it doesn't guarantee drops? Plus we already have the tier 1 version of it. Either my RNG sucks or this is all weighted. And I do not approve of it being weighted. It should be entirely random or not at all. While I can filter by school, if I'm not filtering by anything, I want the entire pool to be equally available. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm just unlucky. Either way, it's not the first time we've had this frustration with this mod. Okay, is there anything else we can do? I suppose we could prepare to make this spell. So much essence ash. And we don't currently have the rusty gears anymore. Okay, that's fine. The general plan was just to get to the point where we can make tier 2 spells today, which we've succeeded at. We can worry about actually being able to craft these things another day. Because we're going to need a lot more rot and a lot more rustic compound. See if we can't get... I should probably have more than one of these, but... We see if we can't... Oh, we shall see if we can't get something useful out of the dark scroll. And the neutral scroll. And then I can figure the rest out on Thursday. But I think on Thursday we definitely need to get some more iron going. It's again a spell I've seen before, and it is not a particularly useful one. It's not a terrible one. It would make digging, or would have made digging out that room a lot quicker. But I don't know how much I trust this not to cause a cave-in. Just suddenly removing a 5x5 area. Because what you'd do is you would dig 2 in and then cast this spell and it would remove a 5x5 area. But the only real use for this spell is to create large areas underground. And the only reason you'd really want to be underground is to mine. So why you'd want to create a large underground area at this point in the game, I don't know. We can do better than dig. It is too highly situational and I can't see me ever needing it. Versus just spending the time to dig the area out. Not like it takes that long. of all your fragments. Maybe I'll make a second one of these once we have an extra Arcanus, just from drops from obelisks or things. Artifacts. Okay, yeah, I'm happy with the plan that we had for this, so let's do a bit of this. Here's the thing, I wouldn't mind if it gave me Summon Ho. The spell Summon Ho. That's almost gone. Let's make a fresh one. Though, to be fair, I don't really want to be using this much flint. I need to make some, or get some more flint. But I don't particularly fancy firing up the forge. Maybe we'll make an iron hoe. Once we've got some more iron blooms made, use these. There we go. This spell is probably ready. So if you're not here on Saturday, the plan for that is the bit in the middle is going to be a windmill, where our corn is going to be. Corn, one of those. And I'm going to have the farm, or move the farm to be all the way around it, and it's just going to be a bunch of 2x3 fields rather, 6 plots, 6-sized plots. There's no way this isn't weighted. This cannot be anything but weighted. It's giving me dig again. It could give me dig, fertilize, reap. Okay. Fear. Butcher, excavate. Silent step, strength, swiftness. Marker Zephyr. Shadow step, surface ascent. Corpse swaps. Summon corpse. Summon pickaxe, summon shovel. These are all the things that are in this list that it should be able to give me. Unless the book is wrong. Or more accurately, the book is not entirely accurate. Well, no, because this is an invocation spell. No, it's a general spell. The book isn't clear. I know what's happening here. You can change any tier 2 or 3 blank cipher spell into a cipher for a specific school. Which is true. But if you don't do that, you cannot get spells that are not in a specific school. I'm almost certain that's what's going on here. What was the other one? Befriend Animal is a general spell as well. Mend objects? General school spell. That's the problem. The book is not clear that... Does this cipher actually say general? I got too close to that. You little bastard. You should not have that kind of range. Your arms are not that long. Where the hell do you spawn? It's way too early in the day. Okay, so that explains why we're not getting this, or not getting useful spells. Which means we do need to try and narrow down specifically what spell we would like to have. Okay, the cipher itself does tell you that that's what it's going to do. But the book is poorly phrased. The book implies that if you don't specify, or the book implies that this will give you anything, because it's not telling you that this is for a general, quote-unquote, spell school. So... let's get rid of dig, because I'm fairly sure there's not a dark spell tier 2. If I search for general, like, the search isn't quite that smart. So they're all general, and then these ones here, this would be an... oh, that counts as general as well. Why is that not invocation? How is Temple Touch not invocation? It's obviously in here. We can figure this out. That should be invocation. It's an attack spell. That's the point of invocation spells. Okay, Corpse Explode. Here is invocation. Rust Nova, I imagine, is invocation, yeah. So basically everything here and up is general. I'm going to keep Ignite because Ignite's useful. Root is invocation. What about swiftness alteration, I imagine? If we want to really, really target. Conjuration. I know that you can, as well as being able to specialize in spells, I feel like I remember reading somewhere you can specialize in a spell school. That is, you can conjure. If I look for conjuration. These are all the things that we can conjure. I wonder if it's just because... Actually no, Temple Touch is the last spell. Universe. Where's it can conjure from? Actually no, we've only got con in the word. J-U-R. Okay, so no, those are just staffs that have a particular look. This is what I'm looking for. Conjuration Attunement Core. Accumulation of knowledge and power that grants the ability to cast spells from the spell school this core represents. Hold Sneak and right click Soulbind to this item. Created by... Select from a Light Essence Core, Dark Essence Core. Spell School Achievement. Not all spells are accessible to every mage. Spells outside of the general spell schools requires mages to specialize in a spell school to be able to understand and cast those spells. Start by throwing Q a Rift Charge into an arc-like furnace to start the Essence infusion. When you have the resulting Essence Core, right-click to mark the spell school on this core. Various cores of different spells, different schools they can become. When a spell school is selected, click and start conversion the attunement. After that, click again, soulbind it. Once soulbind, equip it in the attunement. Equip it in the attunement process is done. Mages can be attuned to one spell school at a time, or mages have access to the general spell school regardless of attunement. When removing an attunement core, there will be an exhaustion debuff that prevents attunement for a period of time, so you can swap over. Okay. Slightly misunderstood that. I knew it was a thing. I forgot, I'm very sure I had read before, but I forgot that it was a, you can cast spells from this spell school and only this spell school. There is an exception to that. That's what spell scrolls are for. But you would need to be attuned to that spell school to make the scroll. But then you could change. I think. Because spell scrolls can be used by anyone, regardless of magical ability, much less attunement. So Light Essence Core, Dark Essence Core for... let's just go for a attunement. So we have invocation, alteration, incantation, and conjuration. How do you make this one then? Essence infusion catalyst. It may not be in the game yet. Dispel, Featherfall, Gift to the Mage. That's the regeneration one, yeah. Resist Element. Siphon, Shadow Step, Surface Ascent, Temple Funnel, and then these are tier 3 spells. Grants elemental resistance, reducing all incoming elemental damage by an additional 30%. That's elemental damage. Fairly sure it doesn't work in Rust. Siphons, temple stability. Shadow Step is random teleportation, which isn't useful. How did you get past the thing? I left the door open, so that's my fault, but still. So Dispel is useful if for no other reason than it allows me to get rid of the really annoying debuffs that that thing gives me. Gift to the Mage, we have other ways of regenerating mana. Featherfall I'm not too worried about. By the time that becomes useful, I'm already dead. In other words, jumping off of a cliff accidentally. Mark of the Zephyr allows us to float. These are only useful in multiplayer. Well, in multiplayer, but if you're playing with more than one person, which this pack is not designed for. So yeah, incantations of no use. At least at tier 2. Alteration, potentially very useful. So heal's useful, this increases magic damage, this will increase arrow damage, another heal, speed increase. Barrier as conjuration, interesting. Rune of Explosion, that's also useful. Summon Light, not too worried about. Plenty of other ways to get light source. Summon Corpse doesn't sound useful until you realise that it allows you to grab enemies that you've killed from a distance without having to head towards where all of the enemies are. Summon Weapon is also a relatively useful replacement for actually using the sword. Conjuration also has a healing ability. Creates a copy of the target NPC, doesn't work on stronger creatures. So the use of the word creature there makes me think that I could clone, or you could use that to clone animals. These are just fancy names for weapons. Summon Portal. Void Vault. Void Bound Storage, specific to the player. So Conjuration is pretty useful. We're not wanting for materials though, so it's not like summoning anything other than the weapon is useful. All of the tools. We have a pretty healthy iron mine. Temporary mana cakes that will fade over time. So Barrier is useful, Rune Explosion is a useful defensive thing. We have a healing option. So Conjuration is a reasonable all-rounder. Oh, there's no... It's pronounced Invocation, but there's no N in it. It's Evocation. I pronounce it Invocation. Wait, Crop Explosion? I thought that was, never mind. Days for your loot, so... Yeah. Rust Nova. That's the explosion around ourselves. This is the ranged attack. Shockwave pushes all entities away from the caster, does not work on stronger enemies. Doesn't say how far though. And I think this is, yeah, we're into tier 3s. I think Alteration, just because we can continue to use our bow and arrow as our main source of damage. And Alteration we can use then just for survivability, for speed, and other things. Healing. So aim for rapid shots, swiftness. We need to get another light scroll. Any heal would do. Oh wait! It does have an attack spell. Calls down a wave of light to deal damage. Uses mechanical damage. I don't know what the mechanical damage is. Okay, I think we attune to Alteration. We'll try and get Judgment and Swiftness. Strength isn't really going to help us. Silent Step would be useful, but I prefer Swiftness. Butcher isn't helpful. Unless it works with Butchery, which I'm not entirely sure it does. Excavators could be useful as well. Swiftness is the one we want, though. Okay, so that being the case, right, so we got through all of this. I'll take this all off. We need to add on to here. We need... what was the name of the damn thing? We are going to need a light essence core. And then we're going to need to tune to alteration. Acquire any charged essence core type. So that is listed in here. Let me just get a quick reminder of all of these. Ignite, telekinesis, temple touch. Open storage container around the caster. Bind affinity. So that's the caster's return point at the target location. Blocks. Okay, there's a tier 3 blink spell and that's the useful one. Preservation is also useful, which is a general spell with our tier 3. So for general spells we already have Ignite. Telekinesis would be useful. Temple Touch wouldn't be terrible, but the spell actual damage isn't particularly useful, so we'll probably not worry about that. So telekinesis is the only one that we would probably want to get. Just so that we can yoink items from a distance. Okay. We'll leave this lot on us for now. That goes away elsewhere. We're too late to try and get some spells here, but we also don't have the materials to craft anything, so we'll not worry about that. Let me quickly finish off what we was doing outside. And then we'll call it a day. I have to think of some extra things we need to do. on Thursday. Pies are going to keep plenty well enough. They should be fine. We could go get some marble. It would be nice to have the hallway finished at the very least. Will it be in summer yet? It would be back end of November, so not quite summer. But it might be late enough to start looking for the fruit trees. Okay. Stick to the original plan. The original plan is this. And any fields we have must simply come from here. Probably have maybe a door on either side of this, I'm not sure. We are planning to fill this in. Will that work? Not quite. Is there a way I can make this work? This would have to come here, one way or the other. 1, 2, 3, here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that just works. Ah, no, it wouldn't though, because well, it would, but we'd have to do it along this way. Bring it all the way out to here and circle it around here. These all work, or these work because we're coming out to here and then going that way. We don't need to go all the way across. But we would need to bring this to here. It'd be nice to come to here, have a plot of 3, come to here, have a plot of 3, come to here, but then we have a problem here. Ah, that's something we didn't think about. No, it's fine. I was thinking we haven't considered where we're going to put our bees. The bees can go here, 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 and over there. So the bees aren't a problem. We could have a patch there and a patch there, and a line here and a line here. And then this can be the entrance, which would allow us to have the path from the house come along around here, along here. Okay, yeah, I'm going to go with that. We'll mark it out, but we're not going to do anything with it because we're not going to be able to finish it today. I just didn't want to leave my musings on this half complete. Okay. space there that's not used, but that's fine. These come out here. This comes out here, which can come along to here. So this space isn't going to be used, and again, that's fine. This one here is going to be the only one that isn't either touching the water directly, or touching the furrow. But given how close it is, it's probably going to be okay there anyway. And then yeah, these will come out by 3. These will give us a bunch of 3x3 patches. And then everything surrounding what will be our windmill will be the new farm. And that way, we can leave this here for taking screenshots. Farm is not actually going to be on screen. It's going to be not visible, I don't think. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to see that, or the windmill, which is fine. But we'll see the path that's snaking around once it's all done. And to make note that this is in fact the entrance. We could break that as well now at this point. What happens if I put a block on top of it? I don't think I'm allowed to. Oh, we can. So we can create a little bridge there. I know we can't put paths on the top of it, but we could put like a slab or a full block on the top of it and then chisel the slab down. Or chisel the full block down. And we can always put the door on the inside of this and then put a set of stairs above the door frame, so that if this does raise us up a little bit, it's not going to stop us from going in because there's blocks in the way. Okay, we have a plan for that now. Good. Right, we are going to call it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Thursday from 2 PM GMT onwards. Let me just get myself inside where the rain is less noisy. Let's have a look. Interesting. There is no one I can redirect you to. By the looks of it, I'm the only person that's been streaming today. So yeah, we'll leave it there. Thanks again for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We're back again on Thursday. We'll try and get a tier 2 spell, actually get to the point where we can cast tier 2 spells. But I imagine we're probably going to be exploring. We're getting some marble another go so that we can make a start on the entrance hall. See if we can't find some white marble. I did realize after the fact that even though the marble that we found appeared to be on the cliff edge, that probably just means that the actual largest part of that marble vein is directly underneath our feet when looking at the cliff edge. But the only one marble we found is green and pink, which I'm okay for using for the 2 hallways, but I would prefer to use white marble for the main entranceway, so we still need to find some of that. We also need to find fruit trees. There's plenty there to do. But yeah, thanks again, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.